Good evening. I'd now like to call this meeting of the Coventry Town Council to order at 6:30 PM. Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Here.
Councilmember Ludwig.
Here.
Councilmember Shockley.
Here.
Vice President LeBlanc is absent. President Lima.
Here. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Emergency evacuation plan. In the event of emergency, attendees can exit either out the door behind you toward my left, your right, or out the main set of doors over there, and can exit out the left or the right side of the building. Agenda item 1A, meeting minutes from prior meetings. We have September 26th, 2022 and October 17th, 2022. Madam Clerk, did you receive any corrections for these minutes?
I did not, but Mrs. Ludwig has one.
Okay. Do we need to take them do we want to take them out of order or by themselves? Okay. Yes, if we could just have let's do the September one first. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of September 26th, 2022?
I'll motion to approve the 26th.
Motion from Councilor Ludwig,
Second.
second from Councilman Pasqua. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Councilmember Ludwig.
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley.
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc is absent. President Lima.
Yes.
That's 4 in the affirmative, none in the 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of October 17th, 2022?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Councilmember Shockley,
I'll second the motion.
second by Councilor Ludwig. Discussion? Councilor Ludwig?
I did want one thing added on page 28 of our packet.
Hold on one second. Can we turn up Councilor Ludwig's mic? I'm not hearing it.
Testing.
Oh, there we go. Now I hear it.
On page 28 of our packet, or page 9 of 19 of the minutes, under the economic development at row 377, it only lists one amount of 50,000, but there were actually 2 applications submitted. So the discussion points in there are fine. It's just we need to list that 2 submissions were made, or 2 projects presented.
Okay.
Any other corrections? I did see one as well. I just didn't have time to submit it. Line 213. I think that's supposed to be DPW and not DEP.
Okay.
That was all. Any further discussion on the minutes for October 17th, 2022? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Councilmember Ludwig.
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley.
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc is absent. President Lima.
Yes.
That's 4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
We now move on to public hearings and public comment. We'll take public comment on docketed items only. Are there any members of the public present who would like to make public comment on docketed items or those items listed on the agenda? Please come forward and state your name and address for the record.
This is on docketed or?
Docketed.
My name is Steve Boskay. I live at 8 Raven Boulevard. I'm the board chair of the Western Coventry Fire District. And I just had a couple of questions regarding the docketed, the APRA money being spread through the different districts. I was wondering, I sent an email to the whole board asking what the formulation, what was the system they used to come up with the payments to each district. I didn't really get anything back on what that was. So I'm asking it again. And can I give you guys a sheet
Absolutely.
for the record? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that was my first question was, can someone tell me what they use to come up with the payments out or distribution to the districts?
So I had reserved responding back via email just because we were going to have the conversation tonight.
Yep.
I want to make it clear that the intent with this resolution was not to vote on anything tonight or to settle anything tonight. It was more so just to start the conversation. In past meetings, we had discussed as a council the expenditure of ARPA money, and giving money to the fire districts was one of the few that all council members agreed upon. So we wanted to elevate that conversation. The way that it was determined was roughly based on run volume in 2022. And then it also kind of aligned with the total requests that each district had made with the ARPA applications that we had done. It roughly lined up. But I thank you for bringing this forward. I'm certainly open to hearing other ways of how to split this money. But I think that the total amount to be given to the districts and also the way in which it's split up is all up for discussion.
Right, because, well, but you could actually tonight pass that and those would be the payouts, correct?
We could,
Right.
but
So that's why I understand what you're saying, that it might not be, but it could be. And my understanding was the solicitor put this together. The resolution was done by council.
No, this was written by council members and put forward for discussion. The solicitor may see the resolution and format it appropriately and
Right.
just check really for legality and that it lines up appropriately. But he didn't come up with these amounts. This wasn't something.
Right. No, I'm not saying the amounts, but in the description, it says that you're using runs and cost per runs as an average. It doesn't say anything about, well, someone may or may not, because if you do that, originally, Central didn't even apply for opera and then they applied later. I mean, to take old applications and say, well, this is what they asked for, so we should raise their amounts, doesn't quite wash with what is described in the resolution as far as how you're figuring out the money. Cost per run would be very accurate. It's costing all the districts a lot of money to fund their departments. Under the payouts, just you can see it on what I sent out. I mean, really, Central Coventry should be getting more money. I mean, their cost and their runs are much higher than the rest of the figure. This just looks like we put these numbers out. Anthony and Hopkins Hill aren't really the same in the number of runs and the number of budget and how much it costs them. A run from Weston Coventry takes like 2.5 times the amount of time than one would be from Anthony if you look at distance and how long it takes to get to a hospital.
Mhm.
So, I think the formula is correct as far as to do it on your budget. You can factor in the runs, but the payouts that you're showing don't quite match up with what is described in your resolution.
Okay, that's fair. Like I said, I can't speak for the other counselors, but the intention was to start the conversation because we've had this money. We've been sitting on this money.
And I
It
understand. You gotta
explicitly
agree.
states
And
that, hold on one second. Can I
appreciate-
just finish 1 second?
As a district, we appreciate.
Can I just fin-
Oh,
can I
sorry.
just
Yeah,
finish?
sorry.
And we haven't really talked about, or taken action to spend these funds. And we had talked about how the council agrees to give you this money, but we have to have conversations publicly.
Mhm.
So it would really be in violation of the OMA and to have a conversation behind closed doors with all of you as a council about how this money should be split up. It needs to happen as a public conversation.
Okay.
So that's how we have to start somewhere. So I can't speak for the rest of the council. I would hope tonight that this is just a means to get the ball rolling, and that we take the information that you've given us and the feedback you've given us. And I see other members of other fire
Yep.
districts here today, and I hope they'll give their feedback as well. But we have to start somewhere,
Right.
and it has to be a public discussion. We can't determine this all behind closed doors.
No, and I understand that, and I wanted to expect that, and I appreciate the district does appreciate the consideration and what y'all doing. It's just I've already had calls when people saw they figuring like, oh, this is going to go through tonight. Could you ask what would they use for a formula? And
Mhm.
that's really what I'm asking.
That's fair, and I'm happy to have that conversation.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who would like to make public comment on docketed items this evening? Are there any members of the public on Zoom who would like to make a public comment on docketed items? Going once? Going twice? 3 times? We're not really supposed to, but sure.
So I just have a quick question based off of the exchange that just happened. So who put the resolution forward then?
I did.
You put the resolution forward.
Yes.
Okay. I'll ask more questions when we get to the
Yeah.
time then.
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay. Moving on to item 3A, public hearing matters for public hearing. Petition for zone change from R20 residential half acre to general business. AP 32 lot 78 zone R20, 96 Tyoke Avenue. Owner Joanne A. Plant, applicant John Vitkovich.
Council President, members of the council, thank you again for accommodating us and considering us. I respectfully request that we look for a continuance. I sent it to Mr. Durfee last week until your regular scheduled meeting of February 11th, I believe it is. The reason being is the
Can I just have you pause for a second? I didn't even see you come up. Can you just state?
John Vitkevich, 119 Hummock Avenue.
But before, we haven't even opened this item yet, so if you could just take a seat so we can formally introduce it. Thank you. Do I have a motion to open public hearing?
Make that motion.
Motion from Councilman Pasqua,
I'll second it.
second from Council Member Shockley. Discussion? Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc is absent, President Lima,
Yes.
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative.
The matter is now open for public hearing. Are there any members of the public here for public hearing? Come on up. Just state your name and address for the record, please.
John Vitkevich, 119 Hummock Avenue, Portsmouth, Rhode Island.
Thank you.
Thank you. We were here on December 12th, and there were numerous residents that live in the Hibiscus area behind Joanne's property that had some issues with this property being zoned commercial. Prior to going to commercial, we did look at residential. I had a discussion or two with Julie Letty from the Coventry Housing. I've met with the governor's staff as well. We're in the process of doing 2 things. I'm in the process of securing the low impact commercial so I can identify who would like to operate on that property so the residents don't have to be concerned about, as Representative Serpa brought up, this medical waste facility. I'm talking with 3 banks, but I'm also looking at going back to the original plan of affordable housing on that lot, apartments. But I think it would be in our best interest and the council's best interest and the residents' best interest if we asked for a continuance till February 11th. December 12th, when we left here, it took a while, and then the holidays kicked in and couldn't get anything done. I've been working diligently to provide Joanne, my client, with the updated information, both affordable housing wise, as well as identifying the commercial entity that would like to purchase that lot, but has to have it commercially zoned. Would this council please respectfully accept my request to have this continued to February 11th?
Okay, thank you for your comment. We have to wait until we finish the public hearing and then close it. And oh, no, I'm sorry.
So he has a request to continue.
Okay.
You can continue it.
Mhm.
And you leave the public hearing open.
Yep.
And you have to make a decision who pays the advertising cost for the next hearing date.
Okay,
That's borne by whoever continues it.
sure. Yes,
Thank you. If there's another advertisement that has to be, we didn't have to advertise it for this continuance that the council gave us on December 12th. So I'm not aware that we have to do another advertisement for it? I don't want to put that expense on Joanne.
that cost.
Yes, if we do have the cost to advertise, we'd have to pass that along.
But I'm just asking if the meeting is continued, if the public hearing is continued as it was on December 12th
Mhm.
to tonight, would it have to be advertised again for the continuance on February 11th? That's my direct question.
If it's going to be consideration of a different proposal, yes.
Yeah, if it's a different
Oh,
proposal.
no. We'll be going forward with commercial on February 11th. It will not be a different proposal. We will go forward with the commercial on February 11th.
Okay, then no, it won't have to be re-advertised.
Thank you.
So we have a request before the council. You had mentioned, is there a reason you mentioned the date specifically of February 11th?
I was trying to get it done for January 24th, but because that's your next council meeting, I believe, January 24th.
Yes.
I was trying to get it done for them. I just don't want it. I would, if I can make it onto the January 24th, that'd be great. But I know that the residents want to know when we're going to do this.
So the next regularly scheduled council meeting after the 24th isn't until, I believe, the 21st of February. Other council members can correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, sorry. There's not one on the 11th.
No,
Okay.
nope.
Just-
So
okay.
with the 21st?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a request from Mr. Vitkevich. Am I pronouncing your last name?
That's correct.
Okay.
John.
Do I hear a motion to continue the public hearing to February 21st, 2022,
And to leave the public hearing open.
and to leave the public hearing open through then?
Make the motion to move continue the hearing to February 21st and leave the public hearing open.
I have a motion from Councilman Pasqua. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second from Councilmember Shockley. Any discussion? Councilor Ludwig?
I won't be voting in favor of the commercial application, regardless of what business is put forward. I just want to make sure that that's known. I think there were some comments made at the last council meeting as well. So I don't know if that impacts your decision on what to bring forward, on whether we vote tonight or continue.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley.
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc is absent. President Lima,
Yes.
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
Thank you, council. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Public hearing is still open. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak on this item?
No public hearing. It's been continued.
Oh, I'm sorry. Continued.
We're on to the next license.
Okay. Moving on to item 4, licenses. Item A, Mr. J's Havana Cigar Lounge live show entertainment license. Do I have a motion to approve the application?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilor Ludwig,
I'll second it.
second by Councilwoman Shockley. Discussion? Hi. Just state your name and address for the record, please.
Paul Joyle, 73 Perkins Street, West Warwick.
Mr. Wazika, anything to add about this license?
The police performed a record check on 1/3/23. There were no issues. Zoning officer indicates he has no concerns with the issuance of this license. We did that on 1/4. And also the building official indicates no concerns with the issuance of this license on 1/4. For transparency, I might just add that I am a member of Mr. J's Havana Cigar Lounge, and it is one fine, upstanding company for the town to have, and it's a very good benefit to our town. So I would highly recommend it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Council members, any further discussion? Councilmember Shockley.
I just had a question and I apologize. I only looked at this online. What are the hours?
From 8 to 11 PM.
Okay, so you close at 11?
No. We close on weekends at 1, but the entertainment is only from 8 to 11.
Okay.
We go to 11 o'clock through Thursday, and then Friday and Saturday, it's 1 o'clock.
Okay. And
Yeah.
it said this would be like a 2-person
Yeah,
Band?
just, yeah,
That's
it's
what you're
it's
looking
usually one piece, one person or one acoustic guitar and a singer. It's no band. It's just like two people, one or two.
It does look like a popular establishment.
It
When
is.
I've gone by.
Mr. Joyle actually has a Class C liquor license, which allows them to stay open till midnight, except on Friday and Saturday evenings, which they can't stay till 1 o'clock, and holidays. He also he has that additional license for the 1 o'clock on the holidays. We have never had an issue with him at all on any violations of any kind.
Ed, we know how you vote.
I do.
Any further discussion from council members? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc is absent, President Lima,
Yes.
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night. Moving on to item 4B, renewal of firearm licenses. We have item A, Midstate Gun LLC, B, Hawkins Machine Company Incorporated, and C, Shadow LLC Tactical. We'll take these,
Think it was a slot. It's not a problem.
if there's no objection from council members, we can take this as a block.
Need a motion.
Do we have a motion to take these items as a block vote?
Make that motion.
Motion from Councilman Pasqua,
I'll second the motion.
second from Councilor Ludwig. Any discussion? Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc is absent, President Lima,
Yes.
that's 4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative.
Do I have a motion to approve these licenses as a block?
Make that motion.
Motion from Councilman Pasqua,
I'll second.
second from Councilor Ludwig. Discussion? Do we have anyone in the public tonight for any of these licenses present? Nope. Any discussion from council members? Mr. Wazika, any comments?
There are no issues at all. Zoning and police are satisfied with all three locations. No issues.
Thank you. Councilmember Shockley?
Not on these license specifically. I have no problem with those. Like with many other things, how arbitrary is the amount of money that we charge for this license? Is it $5 to just have the ability to have a gun license?
I honestly, I don't know what the cost on that one is. It just hit me. I do know in Mr. Doyle's case, that was $100 license.
Right. I think the
But yeah,
gun licenses are $5.
Licenses are mandated by state law on the price on what we charge.
Okay.
We have to go by what they set it at.
Okay. Perfect. I was just wondering. Thanks.
Mrs. Amatrano, do you have anything to add?
No, I was just going to say the same thing, that they're state laws that we follow.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc is absent, President Lima,
Yes.
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Moving on to item 6, report of the town manager, update of Edward Warzika, town manager interim. Floor is yours, Mr. Warzika.
Thank you. Got to get used to that again. I'd just like to go do a little review over what's been going on over the last week or two. Just give a 10,000-foot oversight of what's happening. When I first came in, we found a substantial amount of undeposited checks and some cash in a safe in the finance department. We ended up taking care of that and getting it put in. Some of the checks I had a problem with. I don't understand why the checks weren't deposited into the system, because we have a system to deposit it direct into TD Bank. They weren't. We're looking into that. There was the impact fees. We also had a substantial amount on that, dating back to as far as August on those that had not been deposited into bank account. We're looking into the shredding. There have been numerous reports about shredding that had taken place. We're trying to find out exactly what happened. I have 4 very large bags of shredded material that were secured by some of the employees after it happened. We have a shredding policy that John Arnett had put into place years ago, the prior finance director, and we had utilized the services of the Secretary of State to develop that. We're still looking. I'm looking around to see if any of that policy had been abided by on the disposal of those records, and if they'd been accurately and adequately documented on what was done with those.
I just wanted to point out that I have an email from Mr. Marchant with an explanation when I had reached out to ask about it. So if you'd like me to forward that to you and you wanted to look into that explanation.
I would love to. I would love to receive that. Thank you. Bank accounts. One of the things we found out recently is a lot, scratch that, all of our bank accounts and with the GL system have not been reconciled for a bare minimum of 6 months. Some go back as far as a year, 14 months that have not been reconciled with our internal financial system. This is an issue. Our interim finance director, Bob Savetti, is working on this. This issue alone is going to take some time to accomplish, to get that, because there's, like I said, there's months and months of unreconciled. Internally, I'm not even sure if the checking accounts, we're looking at that, if they've been reconciled with the checks coming back, and it looks like they haven't been because no reconciliation being done. We have, the software itself tracks when those reconciliations take place in the system, and I have a printout on it. And like I said, the best ones are 6 months behind. The worst are over a year. So that's something that's in play right now as well. Number of accounts, number of banks that we're dealing with right now. We currently have found 9 different banking institutions that we have accounts in. We've got, I'm going to say, at least 200 different accounts that are spread out that we're looking at and reconciling, getting our hands onto, and the changeovers made for the signatory lines and all of that. Yes.
Apologize that I keep interrupting, but were all of these accounts opened recently? Are they older accounts? Are they new banking institutions we haven't worked with before? Or are these things that have already existed and now you're just looking to get them all aggregated?
The main bank that the school department, as well as the town, their operating account and their payroll accounts. That's from what I understand, a relatively new. They moved into those a few months ago. So there's probably about a dozen accounts in TD Bank. So that one's been around. Several of the others, we used to have a substantial number of accounts in Ocean State. Those have been closed out. They've confirmed that they've been closed out. Webster Bank has somewhere around about 100 accounts that we're aware of. We're locking those down as far as getting access into them with myself and Mr. Savetti on the account, and everybody else removed from it. We had Centerville Bank come in today. We have 28 different bank accounts with Centerville Bank. Again, all of that being changed over on the signatories. We also have a couple of banks that are involved in our bonds. So there's 2 of those on top of the 9 banks that we have funds in. And we also have GYL, which is an investment brokerage firm that handles our pension investment. And we have an investment account from the town, as well as the Fisk fund. There's also Waterman Fisk fund is also in there, and that's being invested. So that's all getting changed over. So most of the banks are either changed over to us or in process of being changed over to us. We're also getting signatory cards to see who was on it. We're also doing runs on all of the accounts to make sure there have been no transactions other than what have been authorized over the last several weeks. And I don't expect that there will be, but we're doing it over abundance of caution. We're working on that as well. That list, once we have it, we'll have a list developed where we will have all of the bank accounts, all of the banks. At some point, that's going to need to probably be compressed down into a more manageable number of banks. that'll be on the list for the finance department as they move forward. Another issue that we're dealing with is the Auditor General, Rhode Island Auditor General. I had sent in a letter to them the end of December. One had not been sent to them requesting an extension on our audit for the FY22 budget, which was under Rhode Island law supposed to be completed by December 31st. It was not, hasn't even been started yet. I've contacted the auditing firm that did it the last 2 years. We have a 3-year contract with them. We will have an engagement letter from them shortly. They were getting that out. They do their engagement letters once a year on those. We're going to have to sit down. The Auditor General, after the letter that I sent them, has basically said they want, scratch that, has said they want us to sit down with them and review and have a corrective action plan in place moving forward from this because of the delay that took place last year for FY21 and the obvious delay that's taking place this year on FY22 budget. So that's all out there. Please.
Council Ludwig.
Thank you, Mr. Wazika. So over the last approximately 9 months, Vice President LeBlanc and I have been actively involved in the discussions with the Auditor General and the completion of the 21 audit, and that led into discussions of the 22 audit. So I would like to request that we have some sort of council involvement in whatever meetings are coming up or the opportunity for us to continue those sessions. I think once we got involved, frankly, we were able to move the needle a bit. And I'd like to see that continued. Thank you.
Take that under advisement. Thank you. The only other thing I'd like, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Shockley.
Just in regards to what you said about the Auditor General's letter, part of what he encouraged was to seek external temporary assistance to facilitate the fiscal 2022. I don't know if that's pertinent for right now or if we should talk about it when we talk about Mr. Savetti, but I just wasn't sure if we were planning on hiring more temporary staff to make sure we can get through that.
That is definitely part of the plan moving forward. It's not going to end with just Mr. Savetti. We do not have the manpower alone with him. We were left with 2 members of the finance department, a payroll clerk and an AP clerk. Both have got minimal experience with the town. Both are doing an excellent job. I'm very impressed with what they're doing. They've been a big assistance. The payroll clerk especially has only had 2 months with the town and she's doing a great job. The AP clerk has been able to provide me with a load of data on the accounts and digging in and doing whatever we're needing or whatever Mr. Savetti is requesting. So I'm very happy with what we have, but we do not have anywhere near enough manpower to do what needs to be done to continue with straightening out and seeing where we are. You want to go into that other part of it? Yeah. I mean, what part of bringing in to analyze what's going on? We've got a forensic accounting firm that's coming in and assisting with that, so we can better get this done as quickly as possible. But quickly as possible, I think, is going to be several months, at least 3 months, 4 months, to work out and get a handle on exactly where everything is, what's going on. As I said, the number of accounts, the transfers, the things are just. It appears as though a lot of things have been not been up to date. The reconciliation of the council loan is very concerning to me, as well as to Mr. Savetti, because we don't. I mean, we're speaking to him today about the amount of time necessary just to do all of that, because they're going to be forced to go back and do a month-by-month reconciliation on all of these accounts. A very time-consuming process. So all of that's going to have to be done to bring it back up to date on where we are, to see where we are. With that all in mind, I'm just going to make a recommendation to the council, and obviously you're going to do what you think is best, but I'm going to ask that that you refrain from authorizing the expenditures of any funds that are not required for continued operations of what we need to do, because anything other than that at this point, we don't know exactly where we are. And I think doing that for anything other than what we need to continue operations isn't the most fiscally responsible thing to do. So I'm just going to put that out there. And again, it's up to the council, but I wanted to say that at this point.
Thank you. Councilmember Shockley?
When you say that, I don't want to assume, but are you including ARPA funds? When you say we shouldn't be?
I'm thinking all funds. That's my opinion. At this point, we need to know exactly where we are. I would just like to add one thing I did forget, and even reminded me. I know one of the problems we've been told, or the council's been told, is that we cannot generate reports out of our system, out of our finance system. Our finance system is very capable of generating reports. The problem is if the data is not in the system, then the reports coming out are not going to be accurate. Mr. Savetti has already been able to pull out reports out of the system. I've pulled them out. They're there. The system works. It does its job. It's just difficult to get data out if the data is not in. So that's the issue that we're facing right now. That's why all of this has to get brought up to date. And then we'll be able to start generating those reports that we need to be able to do, that you need. But we're working as quickly on that as we can. Again, it's been day 12 for me and day 5 for Mr. Savetti. So, but that's where we are on that.
Councilor Ludwig?
Just to share in Councillor Shockley's sentiment, this council has asked repeated times, same question over and over, what can we do to help? We've also heard multiple people come up to this podium from the previous administration. We have heard from the outside auditor who presented here, I believe back in October, that there is not enough manpower in the finance department. So what do we do here? Because I believe at least 3 of us here right now, and Councillor Pasqua, you may agree or can comment. It sounds like we are willing to come up with ideas here to spend the money in some way to get in help, whether that's hiring an outside consultant company. You just mentioned another company that we're looking at bringing in. Is it people? Is it bodies? We just keep asking the same question over and over. And people keep telling us no, but it feels like that's the answer. You keep telling us not enough bodies.
The temporary bodies for now to do what we're doing, we're bringing in what's necessary and needed to do what needs to be done. The other side of that coin is we need to hire more people in that finance department to have the bodies in there to operate the way they need to operate on a permanent basis. Yes, there was a new position that was added in the budget. From my understanding, I've looked at the budget. One of the problems I'm seeing in the finance department budget right now, based on the numbers that are in the system, we've only got about 40% of the budget left. So there's been a substantial amount is going out of there. I'm looking at why. I know overtime was substantial at one point. I'm looking at all of that on where it is. But yes, permanent, it will be part of this next budget. It needs to be to have the bodies in there that we need, as well as possibly bringing the salary range up to get the kind of quality people. Finance directors in this state are very few and hard to find. To get a good one, unfortunately, you do need to spend the kind of money that you need to spend to get them in here. But the town needs it. The town needs to be enhancing the finance department.
So to Councilor Ludwig's point, can we put a time frame? Are you asking us to consider this now, or is it something we should consider for the start of the FY24 budget in terms of position? I mean, we're just trying to, get an idea of, when to consider adding those personnel.
Again, at this point, because of where we are and what we're doing, I'd rather get the situation stabilized, cleaned up, and then bring people in as we're approaching the end of this for the permanent employees, get them up to speed, and get them in and involved at the end. But right now, I think the outside companies that we're bringing in and the outside resources we're utilizing are will be sufficient to do what we're trying to do.
Okay.
And I ask one more question.
Yes.
So the outside resources that you're talking about, how are we funding that? Where is that coming from?
We're looking at all of it. I'm anticipating using ARPA funds. That's one-time occurrences, and they would be allowable for bringing these people in. But that's going to be a decision by the council on that part of it, because obviously you have the control over the finances. So but I would recommend the ARPA
So
funds.
they haven't started yet.
We have started yet. We've already got people. We got Mr. Savetian, and we've got the forensic accountant in as well.
Okay. I just have to say this. We keep running into this problem where decisions are made, money is spent, and it hasn't come to the council. And I know in some circumstances, we need to do that because of timing or something like that. But it seems as though a few of us now are asking, what can we do? So I would appreciate the ability to know where that money is coming from before it's spent, or to say, this is going on the next agenda item so that we can say we need ARPA money or whatever it is. So to just continue making decisions and doing things without the council understanding where it's coming from, we've kind of been doing that for a year now.
I understand that, but we've also had to do what was necessary to make sure we keep running. And that was one of the bigger issues when you guys put me here back on the 21st, that we didn't even have the ability to pay payroll. At that point, we had no ability to pay payroll
Please be clear, because of signatures, not because of a lack of funds.
because of signatures, not because of a lack of funds. Not because of a lack of funds, lack of signatures, accounts frozen out. We're still in process right now of finalizing to make sure the pension checks are able to be, the money is transferred and set up for them for the February payments on that. We've begun paying the invoices that have been in. We began that process today because that's all resolved, and we're looking at the funds available. And so we're analyzing all of that on what's there and what's available. But yeah, lack of signatures was a big issue when we first got here. And TD Bank, I will give them credit. They worked their tails off to get me access in and to be able to set the account so we could actually get payroll out and people paid. So yeah, there were things that we've had to do. It will be up in front of the council. But in the meantime, we've got things that we got to do if you want to keep running. And that's the goal of where I'm trying to do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Pasqua.
And based on what you're seeing right now, are you seeing evidence of a cash flow issue?
Of a what?
Cash flow issue?
I had some concerns, and we've done more. We found that there are funds in other accounts that, fortunately, I'll give you an example. Just the old accounts that were closed out in Centerville, the old operating account where everything flowed from. What happens is now TD Bank, it flows from tax collection and or accounts that ACH transfers from the state move into, and then it moves into the operating. And if it's going to the school department, it'll move from operating over to the school department. All those transfers take place. Looking at what's available when our next collection is, it was looking tight. Today, with Centerville in, and we opened up and we got access into those accounts, we actually, there is a substantial amount of operating capital that is in the operating budget, but not as part of the main operating budget. Why it's still sitting there, I don't know. We're looking at it. We found that today. And that one account contained about in excess of $1 million. That is part of the operating account we're looking at. And I don't know why it wasn't moved over when TD Bank, what the purpose was. But yeah, so I'm confident we're fine going forward. Collection will take place. We'll begin receiving about the first full week of February. The tax quarter will come in, and I'm advised by the tax collector we have a pretty substantial transfer coming in from one bank that amounts to several $1 million moving forward. So we're in a good position, cash flow right now, and as I said, we're getting control of all of the accounts and access to all of those. So we're much better than we were 2 weeks ago.
Thank you for your update, Ed. You're in an unenviable position, it sounds like, to have come in where things are a lot of balls in the air. Some of them dropped over time. And to come in and tackle the many issues that were in front of you, making sure basic things like people getting paid on time, and taking action to get things done is appreciated. Especially after a long period of hearing, we're working on it. We don't know when it will be resolved. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Moving on to item 7, report of other town officers and officials, update of Stephen J. Angel, Esquire, Town Solicitor.
Can I just ask first the terms of the Savetti engagement? Did we go over that? And if not, should we?
We should go over that. I believe we'll go over it in detail as well, in item C of resolutions.
Whichever term.
Yep. Did we want to go over that now or?
Yeah, Mr. Angel's got the,
I have the contract here. I think that had been sent to the council, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know what questions you may or may not have for Mr. Wazeeka on that.
Councilmember Shockley.
Thank you. And thank you for getting these to us. So for Mr. Savetti, is this contract for him individually or him as a firm? Will it be just him working on this or multiple members?
My understanding is that as Mr. Savetti works with Mr. Wazeeka to decide what an interim staffing plan would be, that he'll be identifying those bodies to bring in the near term with an eye toward identifying the cost factor for that so that there can be some forecasting of what ARPA funds would be used on that. He's been here since January 4th. Is that right?
today is day 5.
Yep. January 4th.
So he's been here since January 4th. I think we're supposed to meet on Friday to get a better sense of that. But yeah, he's identifying those bodies. Yes.
Okay. And there's no specific term of engagement because we're really going to need him until work is done or we have a full-time person in, I'm assuming.
It's open-ended at this point, correct?
Okay. I don't know. I know we can't lock anyone into a date. And I know you do have on here that we want to see financial records and related information and he'll come to meetings. Should we put any timeline around the audit?
Well, the audit candidly is going to be driven by the Auditor General.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, we're required by state law to develop a corrective action plan.
Mm-hmm.
That corrective action plan first begins with finance setting some realistic time horizons on which they can provide data to the external auditor for the auditor to begin their work. Mr. Wazeeka has spoken to Clifton Larson Allen, who is the auditor. They're going to come in and begin what work they can do, which is part of the COA. But we have to go to the Auditor General with a COA in hand that's driven first by dates, that Mr. Savetti can realistically provide.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of the beginning point of that. And then what we'll need to do for the Auditor General is to give them short-term, intermediate, and long-term fixes, which would necessarily include adequate staffing levels,
Mm-hmm.
Pay grades, and positions. And that's more the long-term, to have an adequately staffed finance department so that, in the future, hopefully you're not left with, folks who don't have the experience in higher level positions, to step in and so forth.
Okay. I wanted to ask too, I know it's not specifically covered, but just because of the time period in which we're going to require Mr. Savetti's services, should we have anything in here in tax forms, making sure that all our employees get their W-2 information in time?
We're working on all of that as we speak. We've already begun the process on the W-2s. We're working on, we've been in contact with Keystone. We're actually going to have them produce the 1099s for us, and they're going to assist us in doing the W-2s. Those will be out on time in the realm of the law. They're not gonna, there will be no delays. We will not be affecting people's ability to file their taxes. They will
Yeah,
have it
like
on
I said,
time.
because of the timeline in which we're requiring his services, I wasn't sure if,
Yeah, that's one of our key critical things that we're getting done right now. And we actually began that this week, the process on that already. We began yesterday to get that accomplished.
and my initial thought was, and this is a conversation to be had with the council, was to pay as much as possible out of current salaries for people who have recently left. But in hindsight, I feel as if in this year's budget, if we were to hire someone full-time and could come to a salary level that matches our neighboring municipalities, then possibly having those funds there for this year could be helpful.
Yes. That's why I'd rather not just drain those accounts. And that's why I'm saying the ARPA was a better format for paying these temporary one-time costs and not producing a structural deficit in our budget.
Mr. Angel?
Yeah, that's why in talking with Ed, in evaluating the use of the ARPA funds for temporary staffing, it's a one-time payment so that we don't tap that budget line item for salaries, and to your point, so that those funds would be used to hire the permanent person, because probably they will be hired before the next budget's in place, would be my guess.
Any further discussion on any of the items of the town manager's report? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now moving on to agenda item 7, update of Stephen J. Angel Esquire, Town Solicitor.
If I can just follow up on something that Councilwoman Shockley had asked, one of the letters of engagement that I had sent to you was in fact Mr. Savetti's. He will be making some changes to this to include language indicating that he is an independent contractor responsible for his own taxes and so forth and so on. So that is a change that will be made to this, but all other essential terms of the contract of the letter of engagement will remain. So I just wanted to make the council aware of that. That was one change that I had requested of him, and I haven't received it as of yet. I do expect to have that done by the end of the week.
Did you want to talk to training?
Sure. We can talk about the training. I've communication out to Lynn Radichis, who is a lawyer at the State Ethics Commission. She conducts their training. I've worked with Ms. Radichis before in the past. I'm getting some dates from her, whether she'll be here live or whether she'll be on Zoom with us, that she will present to you in real time or live. The goal is to, and we've talked about this on a townwide level, to provide education to department heads, all boards, all commissions, including the council, for ethics purposes, for access to public records training, and on the Open Meetings Act. The Open Meetings Act training will be a little bit different this year. If we want live training, we have to wait months, which may not be a bad thing for a refresher. But I think in the interim, based on what I've observed, we need training sooner rather than later. They have a video, which is essentially the same as the live session. We'll have the up-to-date materials, which will be distributed to all participants in PDF form so people can read them, download them, do as they please with them. There is a slide presentation. I've done this several times, so I will facilitate that meeting, answer questions from department heads, and talk about those materials and point folks towards the more important pieces in the materials. So, my goal would be to get this done sooner rather than later. Lynn will get back to me. I prefer to have Lynn in person. They don't have, as I understand it, video of any kind that we can show. And I just think it's best if she's either on Zoom or in person. So as soon as she gets back to me, that's the date around which we'll do all of the other stuff. So that's.
Does the council have any feedback in terms of the trainings or any discussion questions? And if we could move back over to the contract realm, terms of engagement for the assistant solicitors and outside counsel, if you want to touch on that.
Right. So I had sent you the letters of engagement for some of the outside firms that we have. I can tell you that I don't have any letters of engagement on file for any lawyers that have done work for the town to this point. Many of the lawyers that have done work for the town that I've contacted have told me that they may have done something many years ago, but haven't updated it. But I require that all outside counsel and assistant solicitors have a letter of engagement as I will myself. It's required by the rules of professional conduct authorized by the state Supreme Court, who is essentially the regulatory body for all lawyers in the state. We're requiring that lawyers carry a certain quotient of malpractice insurance, as well as to provide us with requisite tax forms and whatever other due diligence I think is appropriate for them. So the folks that I have put in front of you have all met that threshold. Everybody carries 1 million, 2 million in insurance. They've provided their W-9s and their terms of engagement are there, for you to see. And if you have questions, I'm certainly available to answer your questions.
Do we have any questions regarding any of the contracts or terms of engagement that Mr. Angel has shared with the council? Councilor Shockley? Sorry, Mr. Pasqua's head was in the way. I couldn't see you.
Excuse me, Mr. Pasqua. I have no base, as you mentioned, Mr. Angel, I have no basis of comparison for these. So I'm looking at retainers, for instance, which is basically being at meetings like this for our other boards and commissions, providing opinions. And I see what that retainer is, and I don't know what it was in the past.
Well, what my understanding, and I don't know the answer to this question because there are no fee agreements on file here. It's just that simple. There are no letters of engagement on file. I don't know if they were done. What I can tell you is that the letters of engagement for myself and for the assistant solicitors is an expanded version of that which is recommended for use by the Rhode Island State Supreme Court and the Rhode Island Bar Association.
Oh, and it's not the letter. It's I'm trying to figure out, we have an annual budget for a solicitor. Where have we been getting to on that budget annually? Because it seems that a large chunk of it is taken up with the retainer portions, which don't actually include any legal work. So we have about $200,000 here in coming to these meetings.
Well, that's not exactly true.
And I know I'm underwhelming that,
no.
but I'm just saying we have a lot of court issues, a lot of legal issues, and I don't know how much that's costing us.
Well,
and if you take an hourly rate of what our prior person was compared to now, what would our legal budget have to be compared to what it is now?
So if you were to take, you reference a retainer, there is no retainer discussed in here. There is a flat fee for a certain scope of services, and then there is an hourly rate for other services. I'll give you an example. When you look at planning and zoning, there's a flat rate given let's just take a look at that for a minute. So when you look at the scope of services for planning and zoning, They are assigned to the planning and zoning, you know, they represent the two boards at meetings. They advise staff and the boards. They communicate on all levels with individual board members and individual, you know, staff to facilitate the business of the board. Separate and apart from that is writing decisions. Decisions, you know, can take an hour. Decisions can take 4 hours. In this particular case, for example, when we walked in the door, there were 5 unwritten decisions based on past work that needed to be done immediately. You get a certain scope of services for a flat fee, and above that, there is additional work, you know, which is pretty well laid out here. But it's not like you pay them a flat fee for the pleasure of their company. And I don't, you know, maybe.
No. And what I'm trying to determine is, are we budgeting for what we have in these contracts with people? Do we have it currently in our budget? Should we be budgeting differently? Because right now I'm
That's a
just
great
looking,
question.
you know, right now
Great question.
I need to know, can we pay for the services that we are contracting for?
Well, so when you look at the size of this municipality and you look at the size of what you budget for legal services, by way of comparison, if you take the town of Johnston, for the last 25 years or so, their population has been relatively static, somewhere between 28 and 30,000. The town of Coventry's population has not been static during that 25-year period of time. In fact, you were smaller than them population-wise at one point, and now you're at 36, moving towards 37,000 people. With 36 or 37,000 people, if you look at the volume of work in the district court, for example, we're experiencing a volume in that court every week of anywhere between 28 and 40 cases a week. Probably about 15 to 20% is carryover from prior weeks, but you're talking about, you know, a significant caseload, particularly if you have cases that go to trial. What I'm trying to say to you is, if you look at a town like Johnston's budget, their budget for townside legal services is in excess of $500,000. Now, based on the budget that we have here, it's hard to tell, quite frankly, if everything that's paid for legal or has been paid for legal services to this point is actually coming out of that part of the budget or has come out of that part of the budget. I don't know that. Mr. Wazika doesn't know that. The way that I'm attempting to analyze it with the help of Mr. Savetti is to take a look at what has been paid to any attorney as a vendor of the town for the last fiscal year and the last calendar year, to get a sense of what our burn rate is on legal fees. In my experience, having a flat rate in place for a certain quotient of the legal services provided creates a savings for the town. It just does. You know, when you talk about the type of contact that a lawyer has to have with planning and zoning, you know, just the planning and zoning departments themselves, in order to facilitate the business that comes before the board, it's substantial. That's a fair amount of time. It's not just meeting time itself. It's what goes into that. It reminds me of, you know, when a lawyer goes to a deposition, you know, people say, oh, the lawyer went to the deposition or the hearing and he sat there for 4 hours. The general rule is that it's 3 or 4 hours of prep for every hour that you spend in something.
But I think you're making my point.
Yeah, no.
There's a lot of hours that need to be put into this. And Mr. Wazika, when I reached out to you earlier, you said you were trying to put together a report of some sort to let us know what we've been spending. And if we could also know what we've been paying an hour up until now, so that we can see, based on current contracts, what we would be spending on that same level of service.
What I can tell you at this point right now, our budget for legal in the current FY23 budget is a little over 400,000. I think it's like 420,000. When I looked the other day at that account, we had about 150,000 left in that account. So we've had a burn of over 250,000 for the first half year, which is higher than what I've seen in the past. When I was here prior, we didn't usually go that high. I don't know why, and I haven't had a chance to go back and look. That has got no new invoices or anything put in from the current legal solicitor. There's been nothing that's been put into that system at this point. So those numbers are all based on what was in there. Again, some other, I'm going to be doing the run. I'll be doing a poll and we'll see exactly what's where. And we should be able to give you what the hourly rates are and all of that on it. But yeah, we're down to, like I said, about $1.50 out of 400 that's left.
When you talk hourly rates in terms of, municipal rates are typically lower than private rates, which is certain. When you look at a rate, for example, of $185 an hour, that's substantially less than any of these lawyers charge in the private realm. I was on the phone today with a lawyer who's presently handling a case for the town, hired by the prior solicitor. He's making in excess of $300 an hour. On that particular matter, I think that that's the type of matter that we can do in-house for less per hour, for sure, quite candidly. If you look at one of the letters of engagement that you have before you tonight concerning outside counsel for the Johnson's Pond litigation, that the rate for Moses Ryan, their private rate approaches $500 an hour. Okay, we have them for $3 for trial work. That's a complicated matter. It's a complicated case, given the complexity of the matter. I beg your pardon? Is it $350? I beg your pardon. So it's $350. That I can tell you, we need a big bat in the lineup for that case. Candidly, we haven't gone on the offense in that case at all. I've reviewed that case. Now, mind you, the review of that case, the management of outside counsel, the management of the budget, approving their bills, making sure that this town gets the value that it deserves for legal services, that's part of my flat rate. That's part of what I do. That's part of my job. I expect to be held accountable for the performance of all assistant solicitors and all outside counsel. We're not going to win every case, but we have to bring the best people that we can afford, to get that, to achieve the value. And I certainly see your point. It is a concern of mine. It was when I came through the door. We certainly have to be, legal services have to be fair to the town. But part of the fairness to the town is that, the town needs to get value for the services. Services cost money today. Unfortunately, I wish I could tell you that, we could do better. But I'm very confident in the team that I've assembled. Very confident.
Councilor Ludwig.
I would like to also see a copy of whatever it is, Manager Wazika, that you're working on, whenever that becomes available.
That will go out to all council members. If I do anything I do goes out to everybody.
Sounds good. So I did ask for something similar from the previous town manager in December, and obviously he's not here to help put that together. But I just want to make sure my understanding is right. So it sounds like what you're asking for is a review of whatever rates the solicitor is looking to appoint based on the contracts that we were provided, the rates here versus what our run rate is likely going to be for the remainder of the budget year. And then do we have enough out of that $150K that Mr. Wazika just mentioned to cover that? And if not, where should those funds come from? Is that what you're asking?
That's part, but also to plan for the future. I want to know what we used to be charging by the hour, if there was a flat rate, if we were charging that, so that we can know what to plan for future budgets.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to say thank you for showing us these contracts, giving us this kind of transparency. I don't know that I could name all of the outside counsel that the town has engaged with in the last year and a half or more that I've been on the council. So I appreciate this transparency, understanding the scope of work, being taught and brought along for my edification purposes on how to be a better consumer of legal services in the municipal realm. I do believe asking for the long-term picture in terms of bringing on these legal services and their costs is in line and makes sense. I know that we're every day, Mr. Savetti's rolling up his sleeves and trying to get a handle on these accounts. So I don't know how quickly that we'll be able to get our hands fully around the history of legal spend in more recent months and moving forward. But I think it's good to definitely get that. I do have concern about waiting to say potentially ratify these contracts here till that information is received, because quite frankly, we need these services. We can't wait for these. They're providing basic services to the town in all different capacities on a daily basis. So I did just want to clarify, Mr. Angel, if you were looking for ratification of these contracts before us this evening.
Well, on my contract as solicitor, I was appointed on the 28th. Certainly this group has to give authority to the president to sign that engagement letter. I have authority to hire assistant solicitors, but if I'm not, formally engaged, then the measure of payment becomes an ordinary hourly rate, which is not fiscally prudent to the town. So, as I indicated, to Mr. Warzika and the council president, we're certainly going to make every effort to create economies of scale where we can and to flat rate additional services, and not just burn hourly money. There's also money that's budgeted for a number of labor related issues that, quite frankly, we're capable of doing that in-house. So we're going to keep that in-house. There's a significant portion of that legal budget that's been spent on outside services. There's also many lawyers who do work for this town on the basis that past legal counsel had a number of conflicts which required you to hire outside counsel. That's the way this is structured. I don't see that happening very often. We've had one so far that related to a DUI matter in district court where Ms. Grasso had done work for a family member of the person accused of driving under the influence. We brought somebody else in to handle that. But that's the only one-off that we have. So I don't expect, I talked to a lawyer on the phone today who handled the tax appeal case because, prior counsel had a conflict. That case, we paid in excess of $300 an hour for substitute counsel on a tax appeal. So I don't envision that happening, quite frankly. And if it does, then we have to create some better economies of scale, depending upon the complexity of the litigation. So, and I think the council president raised a great point. I do this with every client that I have. I think it's important, and for those who are seated here today and listening, it's important to know how to consume legal services. It's not always about price, it's about value, which is a balance between what you pay and what you get. But you don't need to kill a mosquito with a bazooka, and you can't fight a tank with a slingshot. So it really depends on what you're up against. And those are management decisions. You pay me to manage those decisions and to give my best advice. And I think part of that educational piece is at budget time, for example, when we talk about how do we plan for the future? How do we budget for the future? So I'll give you an example. We're seeing that there are some cases, there's a certain volume of cases that make their way to district court for shoplifting. And we're not shoplifting automobiles or television sets. In some cases, we're shoplifting a loaf of bread. there has to be a way creatively that we can work with the district court preemptively to divert some of those in a way that, helps the person, who's done that, but also doesn't take up lawyer time in a courtroom. There has to be a way for us to deal with that differently on an administrative level. We're going to be constantly evaluating things like that, and we'll be talking about them. And I expect hopefully to be part of the agenda every month to give you an update and to give you my thinking on how we manage these things and look at some of these things without, of course, divulging details strategically as to ongoing matters or prospective matters. So I don't want to put us at a disadvantage, but I look forward to developing, a go forward plan. I think that's important.
Any further discussion? So you're not looking for any ratification tonight or just the letter of engagement?
Are you looking for ratification in permission for you to sign the letter of engagement?
Do I have a motion to ratify the contracts for assistant solicitors and outside counsel
Make that motion.
And for the consultant,
and for
the forensic.
contract of the consultant? Motion from Councilman Pasqua,
I'll second.
second from Councilmember Shockley. Any discussion? Councilor Ludwig?
We basically just said that we don't have enough information to see what was charged versus what these numbers are. We don't know if we can pay for this. We don't know what's left in the budget or why that amount is left in the budget, I should say, versus what we thought it would probably be at about this point in the year. So I guess what I'm having trouble understanding is how can we approve a contract with numbers in it when we have no other information here to base this off of? I'd be interested to know how people are comfortable doing that, and or if we could just understand what the plan is on getting the information so that this is easier to say yes to.
Councilmember Shockley?
This is just my thoughts on the matter. So I don't think we can move forward with business without having a solicitor under contract. And it sounded like Attorney Angel said that if we don't engage under this contract, our fee is higher, and we've already engaged him to start doing work for us. I, like with so many things that have happened since I've been on council, I don't necessarily feel we have a choice but to have council as part of these meetings to be able to render decisions in planning and zoning. And without having that, I think we kind of have to halt everything until we come to an agreement on cost, which I'm not sure. And please correct me if I'm wrong. Do we have, is this a negotiation? Like if we were to say, oh, we would feel more comfortable at this cost point, would we just not engage with people? We're getting a contract, and oftentimes there's some level of, back and forth, but I don't know if Mr. Angel already took care of that part on our behalf.
Yes.
I do feel we need to have legal counsel. And while I agree with Ms. Ludwig 100%, that I would like to have more costs, I'm also feeling like I probably should have had all this before and move forward to this point without knowing that, only knowing that we were falling within budget and not going further with our solicitor and those who worked under him. So, I mean, honestly, the reason I would vote to accept the letter of engagement is because I think we need to have a town solicitor?
So I know there's a question of whether or not we can afford the contracts, but I would say the question should be more so, can we afford not to engage with these councils? If we don't move forward, I think we open ourselves up to an incredibly high cost and risk with not having this representation. I understand the sentiments echoed by my fellow councilors in terms of not, knowing in terms of specifics as it relates to the budget and where we'll fall. But I would argue, at least we're getting to that point now and we're doing this the right way, whereas we haven't been for the last 2 years for those of us who have been on the council prior to the start of this term. And who knows how much longer before that this legal department was flying blind under the council. So I would argue it's not so much can we afford the contracts, it's can we afford not to move forward with having appropriate legal representation and adequate and fair. So I would argue that we can't afford not to. So if there's no further discussion, Councilmember Pasqua.
So the courts aren't going to stop their litigation against the town in certain matters. So in my opinion, this is the lesser of the two evils. And the way I understand it, Solicitor Angel, if we don't officially sign off on engagement and everything else, this could still go forward, but at a higher rate because it's not adopted. Is that correct?
When solicitors are appointed, or there's going to be the appointment of a solicitor, there's usually more of a transitional piece between an election and an inauguration. That wasn't the case here. So you're missing that piece of time. We can ask lawyers not to do their work. I can tell you that. And we will have cases that will be unanswered. I will not sit here as solicitor and have cases unanswered so that we can try out my malpractice policy. I won't do it. I mean, that's not appropriate. But I understand the council's hesitation. You've not been in a situation before, to my knowledge, where you've had a discussion like this. Okay, it is to Councilwoman Shockley's credit. This is a discussion that should happen annually at budget time. What did the last year look like? I look at your budget, and if I were to say, can you provide legal services to this town for $425,000 a year? If you look based upon the structure of what I have proposed, aside from extraordinary litigation, the answer is yes. Okay. Just as the crow flies, it could be a little bit more. I don't know. But I'm looking at annualized numbers. What the burn rate has been to this point and why, I couldn't tell you. I wasn't here, but I want an answer to that too. I had asked when I came here of the prior town manager to hold all legal bills until I had a chance to review them, because that's appropriate general counsel function for a municipal corporation. And it was clear at that point that being appointed by the council, I have a separate independent duty. Well, that was not adhered to. There were a raft of legal bills paid on December 15th that I knew nothing about. So Mr. Wazeker and I, we have that off to the side. I have to look at all of that and just what did they do? I mean, I'm not here to criticize lawyers, but I want to make sure that, we're not killing mosquitoes with a bazooka at $300 and some odd an hour. If we're going to spend that kind of money, I want to make sure it's a Johnson's Pond and that we've got a big bat in the lineup. We don't need that for everything. So to your point, I'm as curious as you are and anybody else here to make sure that you've got a good budget number and that you're getting value for your service. What this budget looks like, for example, the consultant will be paid out of ARPA funds. That's an ARPA expense that the forensic accountant gets paid out of ARPA money. But the rest of the legal department, I've talked to my people. We've got to be as frugal as we can. But the Councilman Pasqua's point, I can't stop the flow of lawsuits, grievances, and things of that nature. We have two major contracts that we're in the middle of negotiating, IBPO and Council 94. Those, we're in the middle of that. So, and I can't get into that here. And we have a number of grievances that we're trying to settle. So, to just give you a sense, Councilwoman Shockley, of, what's included in flat fee and what's not. Part of general counsel services includes advising department heads on proper procedure. For example, in writing up an employee, I have seen in certain instances, just since I've been here, that it's been inappropriate to impose warnings on certain employees under the circumstances under which they were imposed. Some of those have been withdrawn. If they're not withdrawn, and some of them weren't, they ripen up into a grievance. Okay, that's all included in your flat fee scope of services. There's a fair amount of work there. In addition to which, we're settling those grievances. That's included. If we end up going to arbitration, that's different. That's like a court case. That's hourly. The goal is never to get to that point on those things if we can help it. That's the goal. That's appropriate risk management, and frankly, it's appropriate employee relations to a large degree. So I don't know if you have anything to say about that, Mr. Wazeeka.
One of the things I've noticed that budget line item for the solicitor's office has been pretty much constant for a number of years, right in that same ballpark. We've had many more cases in a higher need and demand for legal services over the last couple of years. Those costs are going to go up, and they haven't been adequately budgeted for in those without putting an increase into that line item. And again, it's showing up this year, especially. Like I said, I've seen at least it's over 250,000 already out of 420 that's gone. So it's well over 50%. I think it's down to 38% is left. 40% of that budget is left. So there's been a big drain on it already in the first 6 months.
Councilor Ludwig.
So basically, it sounds like there's kind of two conversations going on. One is about the future, and one is about kind of where we are. And so my thought process is, we have had, to Mr. Wazeeka's point, a $400,000 budget around there, 420, almost consecutively the last several years. And we've, to my knowledge, at least the last 2 years that we've looked at it under a microscope with most of the people here, have been around that number because that's what we've continued budgeting for. So that's what I have to go on in my background to think of. And while I think it's good points to say, let's take a look at this, and this is what we're asking for. Let's take a look at what those rates were for people in the past. Let's take a look at it versus the contracts now. We have nothing that says we can actually afford the contracts in front of us. So I would like to, or even the solicitor that you appointed, our town solicitor that you appointed, 2 months ago. Because that fee is higher than the previous town solicitor. So I just don't understand how we can continue taking votes on things when we don't know how much this is going to cost us. So if we want to have this as part of a budget discussion, that feels totally appropriate. If we want to just sign off on these contracts now because we say, oh, we can't afford not to, well, yeah, we can, because we've been doing it for the last 4 years. Whether it's right or wrong, what I'm saying is the budget existed the last several years. It was 400,000 approximately, and we've budgeted that year after year, and we've met that. So in my mind, the alternative is stay with the solicitors that we currently have on file until you can get an example of what we've asked for in terms of comparing the salaries or the fees. So pardon me, I didn't interrupt you, Mr. Angel, while you were speaking. So what I'd like to do.
He didn't interrupt you either.
Yes, he just did.
No, he did
actually,
not.
Council President. Yes, he did.
Please watch your tone. There's no need to get like this.
I'm
We're all
going
adults here.
to rescind my tone. No problem. It feels as though this is very similar to what we've been asked in the past to, well, you're kind of afraid of what's going to happen if we don't approve it. That's not the right reason to vote yes to something. So I don't know if the others are comfortable with separating out the agreement so we at least get the solicitor's engagement letter approved and can vote separately on the assistant solicitors. It sounded as though the forensic accountant work was being included in here, but now it's being put into the ARPA. So now I'm actually not clear on what the motion is that's actually in front of us. Is it on the town solicitor and the assistant solicitors, or also on the forensic accounting?
It's on all of the contracts and letters of engagement within the purview of the town solicitor. So all that you've been given thus far. You have any further discussion, Councilman Ludwig?
I have one other question, but I'm happy to let Mr. Pasqua go.
Councilman Pasqua.
So that would be where you're putting audit of consultants, solicitors,
correct. Councilmember Shockley.
If I'm reading these contracts correctly, in order to terminate the agreement, there's actually no notice required, just a letter.
That's
Am I
correct.
correct?
That's correct.
So these services,
They're all the same.
in order to, make sure the only one that I question, only because I would like to discuss this more, is the attorney for the Johnson's Pond litigation. There are steps that I feel should be taken, but I feel uninformed, and I feel like it's my fault I'm uninformed. I just feel like, because of the fact that all of these can be terminated with just a letter, and we need to move forward with planning and zoning and all of the other work of a town. And I don't feel as if our past representation would necessarily make the choice to come back to us. I plan to approve the contracts.
If I could just make another point. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that it's the council within the council's purview to even approve individuals to serve in the solicitor's team. This is more so a ratification just to acknowledge the transparency in that we've seen the contracts. And am I correct in that respect?
Yes.
It's the council, it's the solicitor who can, and this is based on the charter, who then has the opportunity to hire assistant solicitors. So this isn't so much as needing the advice and consent of the council or asking the council if it's okay if we hire them. It's purely ratification. So I just want to make that clear. So I'll be voting to approve these contracts this evening, and these letters of engagement. We need to move forward with, again, I'll make the case, we can't afford not to move forward with these, and to hold the past practices of previous solicitors and their teams and their lack of transparency and what we didn't know to hold us up from making progress now doesn't make any sense to me. So that's the reason why I'll be voting yes this evening. Councilmember Shockley.
Do we also need a resolution if that's the choice we plan on making? Because this is the first I've heard of it, to pay for the forensic auditor out of ARPA funds?
So let's be clear. When you look at the consultancy for the forensic accountant works under my direction. Her contract is with me in my office, with the town as the guarantor of payment. And why is that? because my work product as a lawyer is protected from discovery in the course of litigation under the attorney work product doctrine. Those of accountants is not. And we do expect there to be litigation that grows out of this forensic accounting. And for that reason, her work product in the work product of her group needs to be protected. And that's why she's hired through me. The balance sheet decision of where to pay them from is a resolution question. And that is correct. You are right that when it comes time to pay out of a particular account, it would be, you'd need a resolution to use opera funds to do that.
Counselor Ludwig.
I would be in favor of approving the solicitor contract if we wanted to separate them out. I don't get a sense that this group wants to do that. I don't understand how we can approve assistant solicitors when we can't even figure out what it's costing now versus what it has costed. So in the absence of that information, I'll just abstain.
Please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Abstain.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc is absent. President Lima.
Yes.
So we have 3 in the affirmative, 1 abstention. Motion passes.
Make a motion for the request for.
I'm just going to ask for a 5-minute recess, if you don't mind. Just for changeover and just use the ladies' room. Thank you.
I had much volume at all. Test 1, 2, test 1, 2.
Now bring this council meeting back to order.
President Lima.
Moving on to item 8, resolutions of the council. Item A, resolution 2023-1, requesting that the Rhode Island General Assembly pass enabling legislation for a Coventry Public School District bond ballot and referendum question seeking approval of a bond by Coventry voters in an amount not to exceed 80 million to be voted on no later than the last day of May 2023. I'll now read the resolution. Resolution of the Town Council supporting a legislative act of the Rhode Island General Assembly that enables the town of Coventry to seek approval of its voters to issue bonds and notes for the construction, renovation, rehabilitation, repair, improvements, furnishing, and equipping of and/or additions to Coventry Public School buildings. Whereas in the town of Coventry, the public schools in Coventry are in need of construction, renovation, rehabilitation, repair, improvements, furnishing, and equipping of and/or additions to its school buildings, including but not limited to the construction of a new elementary school, renovation of the middle school, and the renovation of the high school. And in order that a question be placed on a May 2023 townwide ballot seeking approval from the qualified electors, authorizing the town to issue bonds and notes for the construction, renovation, rehabilitation, repair, improvements, furnishing, and equipping of and/or additions to schools and school facilities in the town, hereinafter collectively referred to as the project. The passage of legislation by the Rhode Island General Assembly during its 2023 session is essential for the town of Coventry to issue bonds and notes in an amount not to exceed $80 million. And the town council endorses and supports the project. Now therefore be it resolved, the Honorable Town Council endorses legislative action by the General Assembly that permits the aforestated townwide ballot question. And if the qualified electors of Coventry approve the issuance of general obligation bonds and notes in an amount not to exceed $80 million for the purpose of financing the construction, renovation, rehabilitation, repair, improvements, furnishing, and equipping of and/or additions to schools and school facilities in the town, including but not limited to the construction of a new elementary school, the replacement of the roof at the middle school, and the renovation of select facilities within the high school, subject to approval of state school housing aid at a reimbursement rate of state share ratio of not less than 69.2% for expenditures eligible for reimbursement. Then a copy of this resolution and evidence of the qualified electors' approval shall be forwarded to our local senators and representatives requesting passage of the necessary special legislation during the 2023 session of the General Assembly of the State of Rhode Island to further authorize the town of Coventry to issue said bonds and notes. This resolution shall take effect upon passage, and the town clerk is directed to certify the same and transmit it to the Speaker of the House, Senate President, Governor, and all state senators and representatives representing Coventry. To open up discussion, do I hear a motion to approve the resolution?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Councilmember Shockley,
Second.
second by Councilman Pasqua. Discussion. We'll now bring up Mr. Phil Conti from Studio Jade, and during the presentation, he'll have Mr. Mario Carreño from the Rhode Island Department of Education say a few words as well.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me here. My name is Philip Conte. I'm an architect and president of Studio Jade. And in the audience is Mr. Mario Carreño, the Chief Operating Officer of the Rhode Island School Building Authority for RIDE. I always like presenting to you because you do ask tough questions. Last time I was here, you wanted additional information. And in complete transparency, we wanted to keep you up to date as we're progressing along, and this resolution is a timely opportunity for me to do so. I'd like to begin with the next slide. So there's been a lot of heavy discussion tonight, a lot of it financial related, but this is something completely different. This is, in our opinion, a generational opportunity. If you walk through your favorite retailer, Target, you will see signs that say, expect more and pay less. And that's really what we are faced with this opportunity before us. We're looking for $100 million worth of projects for $30 million because of the incentives and because of the opportunities presented to us by the School Building Authority and RIDE right now. Next slide. We're looking at $70 million in state aid for Coventry, $30 million locally. Next slide. I want to remind you of some of the votes that the community has taken in Coventry. In 2018, there was a state school construction bond for $250 million, and the voters of Coventry approved that by 68%. And in 2022, there was another $250 million statewide construction for schools that Coventry approved by 64%. So thank you for that. Next slide. Your neighbors have taken advantage of that opportunity. And in the spirit of the NFL playoff season, Coach Ditka said, success is about taking advantage of opportunities. These communities all passed their local school construction bond in November of 2022, ranging from $50 million at Westerly to $350 million in Warwick. Next. So this evening, we're going to talk about the proposed projects, review at a high level some financial information, talk about the approval process, update you on our stage 2 submission, and certainly answer any questions you may have. Next slide. First is a new Coventry Elementary School at approximately $82 million, which is a consolidation of Tioga, Hopkins Hill, and Black Rock. For one elementary school, K through 5, at approximately 1,000 students. The proposed site is the middle school property. It aligns with our original master plan of creating a campus and creating opportunities for shared use between the middle school and the new elementary school. Next slide. This is just a graphic of what we're looking to do, looking to take 3 of your oldest schools offline and combine them at the site of the middle school. Next slide. This is just some conceptual renderings of what a school of that size would look like, as well as its preliminary location on the site. And you can see that it really does start to create a campus effect for the entire community. Next. I think it's important. The school building committee has toured the existing elementary schools. We've had a number of meetings at them to see what the spaces and existing conditions are like. They are dated, they are worn, and they struggle with creating the environment to present 21st century teaching and learning opportunities. And the graphics to the right are just some renderings of what new spaces could look like at the elementary school level. Next group of projects is work at Coventry High School that includes improvements to the gymnasium, the auditorium, science labs, fitness center, and some infrastructure work such as the fire suppression systems at approximately $8.1 million. That is funded in most part by state grants that were recently received by Coventry. Next slide. These are some pictures of local schools that have done similar work. Narragansett renovated its auditorium. New Bedford High School in Massachusetts, its fitness center. Certainly, we know the science labs are worn and dated. They are original to the building and really need to be updated in order to offer the students the best facilities as they approach that curriculum. And also your performances certainly deserve new audio and video technology to enhance them. Next. At Western, $3.8 million. The improvements there include high impact visual enhancements that could be at the cafeteria and the media center, as well as addressing some domestic water distribution issues there. Next slide. And just because it's a small space, that does not mean we cannot have a big impact. ones that really affect the students and the staff that are working there. This happens to be the cafeteria, and this is the library. At Washington Oak, we recognize your newest school is in need of work, and it's important to stay ahead of it. So we're right now programming about $2.5 million there for visual enhancements, as well as any deferred maintenance that was recognized during our assessments. And lastly, the middle school, we understand that there are significant building envelope improvements, such as the roof, that are due and need to be addressed in order to protect that asset. In summary, this is how we have arrived at the $100 million worth of projects that are in need right now in Coventry. Next. If we wanted to look at it from an expenditure and revenue standpoint in a overly simplified way, to the left are the expenditures. They total $100 million. So how will we pay for $100 million worth of work? We're talking about bonding up to $80 million. There are the grants that we just mentioned for $3.2 million. And part of the Riot School Building Authority process, there is a component called PAYGO, which entitles you to $8 million. But they have also recognized that some communities need some additional support. And they have selected Coventry as one of those communities, and they are prepared to give another $8 million in PAYGO. The last item is about $800,000, which we believe will come from bonuses that are in place that we are pretty confident we can achieve, as well as recognize some property sales from Tioga, Hopkins Hill, and Black Rock. And again, we're looking at $100 million worth of work, $70 million funded by the state, $30 million locally. Next. So what are the operational savings associated with closing 3 schools and combining them into one? If we look at costs such as transportation, utilities, maintenance, there's a savings of about $250,000 to $500,000 a year. But over the life of a 20-year bond, that's about $10 million in savings. For context, let's talk about debt service payment per year of about $1.8 million. That's about $10.99 per household per month. That ironically is the same amount that I'm paying Planet Fitness for the next 3 months that we'll not use after that, but continue to pay for it for a long time. Hoping your $10.99 investment is much more valuable than that. Again, this is a generational opportunity. If you want to look about the impact of that on the taxpayer, that $10.99 ramps up at the beginning of the sale of the bonds and then remains flat throughout the entire life of that bond, so that that $10.99 per month is baked into the tax bill. And it will be probably 4 years from now before you would find yourself selling bonds for this construction. I know we talked a lot about some financial cloudiness earlier tonight. I'm confident by the time you are prepared to do this, you will have that resolved. Next. There is a cost of doing nothing. We identified almost $17 million worth of work that needs to be done at Hopkins Hill, Tioga, and Black Rock. And that was simply to keep the buildings warm, safe, and dry over the next 10 years. That does not include programmatic enhancements and did not include work at other schools. Next slide. If you did nothing, you'd still be having to invest in buildings that are over 60 years old, and you would still have 6 lunch seatings. You would still have art on a cart. You would still have to leave your building to go to a library that's in a trailer. There are 3 approvals that are required. The first is the ride approval, and they can come in any order. That's the stage 2 submission that we are currently working on and due February 15th. The second is legislative approval, is what this resolution was written for this evening. And the third will be a voter approval, if it makes it that far, that we would anticipate in May. Next slide. The legislative approval, that's a separate track from the ride approval. As you did tonight, the town council would vote on a resolution for a bond not to exceed 80 million. That would allow the delegation of Coventry for the General Assemblies to enable that legislation. You would still have to authorize to submit the stage 2, and we'll talk about that schedule next. Approving this resolution tonight, it does not commit you to bond $80 million in debt. Simply allows you to move the process forward. Next slide. So regarding the stage 2 submission schedule, our documentation is ongoing. Drawings have been sent to the estimator. We're coming back on January 23rd to present the stage 24th. Sorry, thank you. 24th to present that to you. And then we will be back again for your approval on February 13th.
Date to be set, but obviously before the
Before
15th.
February 15th.
Yes.
Excellent. And the last slide, again, you're voting tonight to authorize enabling legislation. It is a procedural action. It's not an approval to submit the stage 2. It is not an approval to bond. We will continue to solicit your feedback and engage with you to develop a strategy so that we can craft this generational opportunity narrative for Coventry. I'm happy to answer any questions you have or defer them to Mr. Carino.
Thanks. So just before we get into discussion, I just wanted to kind of reiterate some of the points in the presentation. The discussion somewhat tonight is not so much on the project itself and the decision and what's being touched or worked on or what construction is involved. It's strictly our conversation tonight is based in the resolution, as Mr. Contes had mentioned, authorizing our General Assembly to take this to the next step. It's not approval to submit that stage 2, not an approval to bond. That vote is at a meeting date that we will set in probably the first week in February. This council will hear a very in-depth discussion and presentation on the project itself and what's going into that project and its scope on the 24th of January. The reason that such detail was provided this evening with this resolution is the school building committee had a discussion and recognized that last year the council wasn't entirely sure and didn't feel like they had a good understanding of what they were voting on when it came to this. I believe it happened early in 2021, prior to my time on the council. So the committee said, well, we'd like to make sure that the council has more information around the project, not just we need your vote on this amount and get out of here. So that's why there was a little bit of lead in terms of the project scope and where it's headed. So that's why this might seem a little different or something you're not familiar with for those of us who were around for the previous bond project proposal. And with that, before I open up to the council, I don't know if Mr. Carino would like to come up and say anything or if
Thank you for having me. A couple of takeaways from when we were here back in August and in the fall. One of the messages which was loud and clear, is don't max out the credit card. Like, let's not go all in here because then that locks up other, you're doing a master plan for the town. So part of the approach to this was understanding, let's not max out anything, but you do have more needs than 80 million. That's clear. So this was a creative approach where we have, money from the state is coming up front. We also are, and we mentioned at the meeting, several towns, and most notably Lincoln just did this, is create a revolving capital fund where especially if you're going to be selling properties. If you put them into this fund to do other schoolwork, you get over a 2-to-1 return on investment. How does that work? Is every time, let's do $1 million, for example, in property sales. Well, every time you do projects that are approved by the state, at a minimum, you'll get 50%. With the bonuses that are in play, it's up to 70%. So let's say, for example, and I'll use the bottom of 50% just to do worst case scenario. You identify $1 million at Western that needs to be done because you want to do ventilation. Well, you grab the sales of those properties, you invest in Western, you get $500,000 back from the state, and then you turn around and you do another project at the high school. And you get back half, and you turn around, you take $250,000, you do something at the middle school, and over a 3 to 4 year period, you get at a minimum a 2-to-1 return on investment. So it's a creative way to do work without having to increase taxes or impact your general budget. So Lincoln just did this. They got $5.2 million from a sale of an existing school. So those numbers might be very conservative. You actually might do much better than what was listed there. And in Lincoln's case, over a 5-year period, they're expecting to do almost $11 million in work. So it's a strategy you can do here because you have needs that even exceed $100 million. I think that's fair to say. The other piece that's critical is over the past few years, there's been really no long-term plan to schools. So this is a way, recognizing you have 3 schools that are in rough shape. I think Hopkins Hill in particular is rough shape. You have small schools that is not necessarily a prudent use of taxpayer dollars to invest in buildings that are already 60, 70 years old, because all you do is you lock yourself in for another 20 years. Because if you invest a bond in a building and then you decide to close it in 5, 6, 7 years, the state payments stop. So in some cases, that's what's leading to avoiding investing bond funds in those 3 schools in particular, because all you do is you just lock yourself in and lock in another generation of kids in buildings that are already past their useful life. So, I think in general, this is we're using the buzzwords of generational opportunity, but never has Coventry had a chance to get 70% reimbursement, and which is a reason why, because of these temporary bonuses, that list that he showed earlier, we have projects across the state that are lining up because they understand that these bonuses are going to expire at the end of the year. And if you don't act now, your needs are still going to be there and you're going to pay for a lot more of them. So I think timing works. I think this is a prudent plan. And as being part of the building committee, it's been very rewarding to see the different perspectives that have come here. And I think this is quite sound. So.
Excellent. Thank you. I'll now open up to discussion from council members. Councilmember Shockley.
I just wanted to point out just a couple other things. The additional $8 million in PAYGO is allowing us to go from closing and creating new schools for 2 of our older schools to now 3 for less money than I believe we put forth a couple months ago to the council. That revolving fund you mentioned, I had wanted to mention as well. So thank you. But I feel like this also helps us with the annual maintenance costs that are to go to the schools. We haven't ramped up for them. So this is the first year we were able to put any capital improvement money into our budget. So this gives us as a council and the school committee time to more gradually increase what we're putting into our capital budget. And while we can't make this decision here and now, it also gives us the opportunity to utilize some of that money as we build it up, put more of it towards the town because of the fact that we're counting this money towards that while we're making these bond payments. So we need to keep making sure that we're staying on top of these improvements for our schools over time, but on the short term, the full amount won't have to go to the schools. It can go towards doing projects in town that we all know are necessary as well. So while earlier tonight, what looks like a negative is that if you take the positive of our current situation with our town administrator, town financial director, we're getting a forensic auditor in here to look at our accounts. We're cleaning up years, decades perhaps, and making it so that going forward, we have a far firmer grasp on our financial picture. And this gives us the opportunity to be improving the town as we're figuring those sorts of things out. So I appreciate the work.
Any further discussion from members of the council? Councilor Ludwig?
So I do concur that there were quite a number of unknowns mentioned earlier. I do apologize for the tone, sincerely. But this is all good news. This is, I know that everyone at SBC has been working very diligently. Thank you on this. I'm very excited to say yes to this. So I'll be voting yes to send this forward and ask for the enabling legislation.
If there's no further discussion, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc is absent. President Lima,
Yes.
that's 4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
Mr. Angel?
If I may, Madam President, so now, we're talking about enabling legislation. If it pleases the council, I suggest that myself and Mr. Warzika make some effort to reach out to the town delegation for the purposes of drafting that legislation. We're not going to meet a pre-filing deadline because we're already in January, but certainly the sooner this gets itself, and we're going to need companion bills. We'll need companion bills in the House and the Senate. That way there's no need for the bill to cross the hallway and so forth. So, if you'd allow us to do that, we can get on that right away. I think that's important. And then we can bring a draft of the bill, not that you'd have approval over it, but you'd at least see that it's in process and that it has a number and that kind of thing. So.
Do you need a council
No.
approval? No?
No, you can just.
Yeah, I would say we'd authorize you to move ahead with that.
Resolution.
Moving on to agenda item 8B, resolution 2023-2, authorizing the town manager to allocate a sum of 1.3 million to Coventry, aka Anthony Fire District, Central Coventry Fire District, Hopkins Hill Fire District, and Western Coventry Fire District from the town of Coventry's American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funds.
Point of order.
Councilman Pasqua.
I'm going to recuse myself from this conversation because there's a conflict with my employment. So I'll be exiting the room.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, be sure that he signs the appropriate form. Now read the resolution. Resolution of the Town Council authorizing the town manager to allocate a sum not to exceed 1.3 million to Coventry Fire District, aka Anthony Fire District, Central Coventry Fire District, Hopkins Hill Fire District, and Western Coventry Fire District from the town of Coventry's American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funds. Whereas in the town of Coventry received 10.4 million in Federal American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funding with the primary intent to support and invest in the areas of broadband, sewer/wastewater, COVID response and impact, and first responders. And the 4 fire districts within the boundaries of the town of Coventry were on the front lines of the COVID-19 pandemic, providing uninterrupted fire and EMS services, as well as COVID mitigation and prevention support to the residents of Coventry. And much like a litany of industries and entities during the global pandemic, the anticipated revenue for each fire district was negatively impacted for a variety of reasons. And as members of the Coventry Town Council, it is a moral duty and obligation to ensure the safety and welfare of the residents we represent. And now therefore be it resolved that the Honorable Town Council, 1, grants unto the town manager authorization to remit a share of ARPA funds not to exceed 1.3 million to the town's 4 fire districts, and 2, distribute the funds to each district from the 1.3 million based on the share of calls and average cost per call across the district. A, Central Coventry Fire District, 500,000. B, Coventry Anthony Fire District, 350,000. My apologies. C, Hopkins Hill Fire District, 350,000. D, Western Coventry Fire District, 100,000. And 3, remit the funds to each fire district by January 20, 2022 via check. So I just wanted to precursor this, as I did earlier with Mr. Busquet during public comment on docketed items. This was something that I had brought forth just because this was, it's an item in which we have on the record that all council members, excluding Mr. Pasqua, have expressed in our ARPA discussions that they are in favor of allocating funds to. This is not, I'm looking for healthy discussion in terms of allocation, and I'm not completely married to anything here. So I wanted to bring this forth to have a public discussion. I appreciate the public comment that's been received thus far and other information we've received from the public outreach via email. I am cognizant of the comments that Mr. Wazika made earlier this evening, and I tend to agree with them. So I personally wouldn't be seeking a vote this evening, but I do think having some discussion is prudent. And with that, I'll open it up from there for discussion from fellow council members. Councilmember Shockley.
As you said, all of us who were on the council at the time were in agreement that while our fire districts do not fall within the town, they saw the same COVID issues that every other fire district saw in other towns, probably very similar to what our police saw. I did get some feedback when we were at our 5-minute break. And it was said that Central Coventry was looking for about 600,000 and that Hopkins Hill was looking for about 220. And if you take Mr. Bosquet's numbers, because I appreciate that that he put that effort into kind of breaking it down in a different way. If you look at the numbers he gave, if you were to change Central Coventry to 600,000 and increase Hopkins Hill to $221,702, everyone would fall relatively within where we had them initially, but seemingly, according to the chief, meeting their needs more as far as what they asked for. So that would be all I would say, is make it 600,000 for Central Coventry, keep the 347, 438, or make it 350 if we'd rather have a round number. Hopkins Hill, 221,702, and the remainder to Western Coventry. It ends up being, if I don't change Central Coventry Fire, it would stay the 138.60. If we changed Coventry Fire to 350,000, it would increase by $2,562. So,
Hold on, can you say all of them again?
do we want Coventry to be 350,000?
No, I just want to hear what.
Oh, sure. I had Central Coventry Fire District at 600,000. I kept the Coventry Fire District at what Mr. Bosquet had said of $347,438. Hopkins Hill, I adjusted to $221,702, and Western Coventry, $130,860.
And I take it that roughly totals to the 1.3 or no?
It should be the 1.3 million.
Okay. All right. One other thing I didn't mention when I brought this up, because we'd had discussion as a council about having the fire district submit applications for certain projects. And this is just my opinion. The fire districts are entities that are out of our purview, out of our control. We could say we're awarding you X funds for these projects, and they could take those funds and use them on whatever they want. We can't control what they end up eventually using them on. So that's why I ultimately settled on the lump sum and then giving portions for them to do with as they need and fill gaps or address needs in their budget that were impacted by COVID. So that was the ultimate reasoning there. So any further discussion? Councilor Ludwig.
I do have a question for Mr. Solicitor Angel.
I'm sorry.
I do have a question for Solicitor Angel.
Mhm.
How specific to the resolution do we have to be? So I'll give you an example. on the end of the resolution, it says, number 2, distribute the funds to each district based on the share of calls and average cost per calls across the district. And then we're kind of allocating lump sums. So if that doesn't tie out exactly, are we still okay to make approvals?
Well, I received the wording of this as to the allocation from the council president. My thought would be, and to your point, is that we allocate 1.3 million as follows. That way we're not tied. You're not tied, to some calculus that doesn't actually matriculate into the math that you want it to, right?
So we would amend to pick that up. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, so one other item, not for the solicitor, just a general comment. So while we've received in excess of the 10 million as a town, I constantly remember a discussion we had with the finance director when we were budgeting in 2021 about the extensive amount of motor vehicle tax that we normally would receive back from the state. And that was, I believe, approximately $1.3 million that we did not get back. I forget the fiscal year, but it was in 2021. So I think it was fiscal year after 2022. And the reason for that was stated that because every city in town was getting so many, so much ARPA money across the state that they felt they didn't have to remit as much back in the motor vehicle tax. So yes, we've taken in, over $10 million as a town, but we've suffered in other areas for that 1.3 million a year and a half ago that didn't come in like it normally would have. So we kind of got I don't know the term, but we got dinked for that, basically saying, oh, well, you're getting all this other money, so we're not going to give you the 1.3 million back on the motor vehicle. So I'm wondering if the council would consider that, because it wasn't a smooth, here's 10 million, 10.4 million in cash. It's kind of like, here's 10.4, oh, taken back 1.3. And so to the town as a whole, it's not really the full amount of cash that's sitting there. So I just want to throw that out here, because I don't think it's quite as simple as just saying 10.4 and then saying, oh, well, we pay 10% in taxes to fire, so that's what they should get a fair share of. It's that 10.4 never really existed. It's kind of like it's kind of that rob from Peter to pay Paul kind of thing at the town level, that they gave us the 10 plus, but took away in other areas. So I'm wondering if we should consider just breaking the difference down the line and maybe making it an even $1 million as opposed to 1.3, because that would be kind of that would be like meeting halfway in the middle on that 1.3 that was in essence taken away versus, the full amount, like 1.3 versus 1 versus saying, oh, go even lower to say 700K. I'd be willing to look at the $1 million number as kind of just meeting in the middle and calling it a day on the 1 million number and figuring it down from there. So I did want to just see whether there was possibly any appetite on that. Just thinking back, we've mentioned this motor vehicle tax at 1.3 million multiple times over the last 18 months, but I don't know how familiar, the public and the audience is with that. But that has been discussed over and over and over. And I think because people didn't see it, it's because the money never came to the town in the first place on what we were expecting to get back, that I think out of sight, out of mind. But I'm remembering it vividly. So I just want to throw it on the table.
Great. Thank you for bringing that up. I didn't remember that off the top of my head. I do agree with you, and which is why I don't think any amounts should be decided this evening. I think that we need to get a full picture, an accurate picture of what ARPA funds have been spent, because I think in the fall even, we still hadn't gotten the full deposit. Or maybe we did get, so we did. So I think either way, we don't have a clear and accurate picture of our ARPA funds just by themselves. So I do think it would be important for us to have that before we vote on this, but nonetheless, wanted to just start the discussion here. Mr. Angel.
I'm just curious, since I'm new to the group, was the council or did the council receive any sort of guidance or presentation on the appropriate uses for what ARPA funds?
We did
that
in June of 2021. Michael DeBiase from RIPEC came and made a presentation.
Okay. I know people like to read. In case you have trouble falling asleep, there's about 430 some odd pages of treasury regs on how to spend the money. If anyone is interested in reading that, I happen to have it. I've had to read it for a couple of other places and clients. So if you're interested in that, we have that for you.
Any further discussion? Councilor Ludwig?
So I would still be in favor of the breakdown Councilor Shockley mentioned. I would like to explore that against the 1 million, just because I don't think that motor vehicle reduction is known by as many people. So I did want to discuss that more broadly once Councilor Blank is back and we have that information from Mr. Ruzicka. But I'd be comfortable with the breakdown that Councilor Shockley gave against a $1 million breakdown. I do just want to throw one thing out. I wasn't totally clear on why we would not want to do any ARPA decisions tonight, as in cutting checks. So could we just hear from Mr. Ruzicka one more time? Like, is this a reconciliation issue? Is this, because I just know the people in the audience here have been here over and over and over.
It's a very simple situation. We don't know where we are right now. There's a lot of unanswered questions on where our finances are, where all aspects of it are. And I just believe under the circumstances, until we get a better handle on where we are, we shouldn't be spending funds that may or may not need to be used to plug other areas at this point. We don't know my favorite line since I got back here on the 21st is, I don't know what I don't know. And we're learning about that. But I'd rather know before we start doing this. I put a freeze on for all unnecessary spending at the town level. Internally, we're doing what we have to do to maintain operations. That's what we're doing. But until we know further, and I understand that the fire districts are in dire need as well. And this funding would help them. But at this point, I would just like to see us hold off until we know a little better where we are financially at this point.
Okay.
Did that answer your question? No?
It answers my question. But I appreciate everyone here. I recognize a lot of faces. I'm sorry. I know this is not the news that you want to hear. So that's all I can say on that part. So
Sorry, Chiefs.
Yeah, well, we can take, if you want to come up, Chief.
Thank you. Chief Brown, Central Coventry and Hopkins Hill Fire District. As I can appreciate what Mr. Wazik is saying, the fire districts have suffered losses during COVID too. And the town has received this money. So the money should be already locked away, the $10 million or whatever. And I understand the finances and the problem the town has, but this money has been set aside. I've heard that month after month. The fire districts themselves We provided vaccination clinics. We provided COVID testing to the town's workers, the town employees. We did a big decon thing, and we lost revenue because we didn't have the rescue calls. So we are in dire need. And for one fire district, it's a lifeline. So where I can agree with Mr. Wazika, but the money's there and the money should be expended at the $1.3 million as Kim Shockley represented. So I ask that the money be expended because it's sorely needed within the fire districts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this public comment?
No, but I just allowed because he's with the fire districts and we're discussing fire district allocation. But you're welcome to come up if you'd like to. Yeah, say if there's a motion to open public comment, we'll do that now.
I'll motion for public comment.
I'll second it.
Motion and second. Any discussion? Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua has recused himself. So we have Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc is absent, and President Lima.
Yes.
It's 3 in the affirmative.
Public comment is now open. Please state your name and address for the record.
Lisa Narcoitz, 21 Beach
Is the
Street.
mic on?
I think
Just
so.
pushed it up. Yep. Okay.
Yep. Lisa Narcoitz, 21 Beach Street. I totally agree with Mr. Wazika that until we know what we have, not one penny of opera funds should be spent. It sounds like we have no idea what's going on with our finances in this town. And we think we have something in opera funds, but nobody seems to know what we have. And until we know what we have, I'm totally against any money being spent out of those funds. I wish Mr. LeBlanc were here tonight because I'm following his preaching of not spending money when we don't know what we have. He has preached that for the last year. And to do otherwise, in my opinion, would be very poor judgment on the part of this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public like to come up for a comment? Any members on Zoom? Going once? Oh. Please state your name and address for the record.
Anthony Nautilillo, 10 Colby Drive. I'm a
Thank you.
board member on the Anthony Fire District, and I understand the financial situation, obviously, of the town is kind of in shambles right now. Speaking, we definitely need the money for our fire district. I know we've had there's been numerous discussions about it. I would have to defer to our board chairman who was unable to make it tonight. As far as, I don't think it would affect our day-to-day operations, but I know it would definitely affect some planning that we had for major station upgrades that are needed. So, like I said, I get the position the town's in right now. And I don't know if we have a timeline of, if you didn't vote on it or agree to it tonight, of when maybe, like I said, like a month or a couple months that we could maybe get an answer.
So my preference would be that we establish a date that this is going to come up on an agenda again. I'm not in favor of indefinite postponement or tabling of the item. So, I'd like to have a discussion that if there's a motion to table this evening, it would include a date of a council meeting within the next month and a half, maybe one of the February meetings. I think that now that we have an interim finance director in that role, we're finding out more and more information and getting our arms around the situation every single day. So I don't see this as something where we're not going to come back to the fire districts with an answer on this until months and months down the road, or when it's time to approve a budget. I see this as giving our interim staff just a few more weeks. They've only been working together less than a week. So before I move on, Mr. Narlino, does that conclude your public comment?
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to say was, obviously I can't speak on behalf of my entire board, but again, I agree that if they need a couple more weeks, it is what it is. There's not much we can do about it. But I would like you said, to see something set in stone as to when it can at least be revisited again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on Zoom who'd like to make a public comment? Final call for public comment, both in person and on Zoom. Going once, going twice, 3 times, public comments closed. Mr. Wazika.
If I may, I would ask that if you want to put it on the agenda, the first meeting in March would be a good time. It gives us about 6 weeks, gives us a little bit of time to get our hands further around what's going on. We'll have more knowledge. And we're only asking that it add a couple of extra weeks to it. Give us the time that we need while we're doing what we do. I would never ask that this be tabled permanently. I agree with you, but I do think we should have a little bit of time to be able to get a better handle on our finances.
Trying to look at what the date in March would be.
It would be March 14th would be the first one.
That seems way later. Can you give me the February 28th?
I can give you anything you want, Madam Chair. If you're going to set it for that, and we'll do what we can. We'll try and get as much done as we can between now and then, and have a better handle on where we are.
Any further discussion from members of the council? Do I hear a motion to table this resolution to the February 28th, or I'm sorry, continue this resolution to the February 28th meeting of the Coventry Town Council?
I'll motion to table till February 28th.
The motion to continue to February 28th by Councilmember Shockley.
Sorry.
With no second, the motion fails. We're back to discussion.
I know we're in a tough situation here. Sorry. And I,
yeah, Councilor.
I know we're in a tough situation here. I've just been saying for so long, I'm ready to vote. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to do it. So I just can't in good faith say motion for another continuance. So, is there an interim type of solution here where we could, to my understanding, for example, the previous finance manager in the reports that we were given previously did indicate the amounts of the ARPA monies that have come in. Can we locate just where those are and look at that type of reconciliation versus having to do the entire reconciliation?
I don't think that's what we're asking. We're not asking for an entire reconciliation of the entire town. I think it would be nice to know reconciliation of ARPA funds specifically, which we don't know the accuracy of that and what accounts those are living in. I don't think is what Mr. Wazika is saying.
It's not even about the fact we have received all of those funds. It's not about whether or not we've received those funds. It's about whether or not we're going to need those funds. And we don't know at this point. We don't know. We don't know what we don't know. And I'd rather know before we do anything with them. That's all I'm asking. I'd hate to have to come back 3 weeks, 6 weeks down the road, or the finance director and say, guess what? We needed it. We got a bigger hole. That's all I'm asking. Just give us a little bit of time so we get a better handle on where we are before we start putting this money out the door. I'm not saying we won't. We more than likely will have the ability to do it. But simply give us a little bit more time to make sure we're at that point before we start dispersing.
Every single meeting, everything will stay in the same order. You'll know even if we don't have an item for a particular subhead or section, it's just labeled none. That's just to keep us in the habit of keeping things in the same order, getting a sense of routine to help us all succeed and stay on track. It's in terms of upcoming meetings, I just wanted to briefly go over those. So folks are aware of some important meetings, not just the council, but the public. Coming up on January 18th, there will be a school building committee meeting. We're getting more and more public outreach on the efforts there. So I encourage those to attend. Those meetings are at 6:30 p.m. In the building across the street, the town hall annex, in the school department's administrative offices. Our next regularly scheduled meeting of the town council is on January 24th. And at that meeting, there will be a presentation, very in-depth presentation on the proposed school building project to the town council from the school building committee. We will be scheduling a meeting for the first week in February for the council vote on that proposal. And that will be scheduled relatively soon. In terms of council rules, my council leadership is working with the solicitor on pulling those together. We hope to have those to the council for approval ASAP, hopefully even by the next meeting here in January. And we'll make sure that those are part of the packet and get to you in time to review ahead of the meeting. Okay. Council members will also be receiving a note from council leadership in terms of procedure for submitting items to be placed on the council agenda, just so that we have a process in writing that everybody is aware of, and that including staff, public, and council members, just so it's a clear-cut means of getting something on the agenda. I know that we had discussions as a council about how that process worked, but just want to make that clear and fair for everybody. Moving on to item 13, introduction of new matters before the council. Item A, December 28th, 2022, written request of Benjamin Marchant, town manager, suspended, to have a public hearing before the council concerning his suspension from the position of town manager. Set hearing date. Vote to be taken. The council received a letter from Mr. Marchant with a request for a public hearing on December 28th at 3:11 p.m. We will need to, as a council, decide in terms of to vote to formally honor that request and set the public hearing date. So what I'm seeking here tonight is a motion to schedule this matter for a public hearing on Tuesday, January 17th at 6:30 p.m., at which time Mr. Marchant will have a hearing on his suspension, and the town council will consider a final resolution concerning the town manager's removal. I need a motion and a second. 6:30 p.m.
Make that motion.
Motion from Councilmember Pasqua,
I'll second it.
second from Councilmember Shockley. Discussion. Councilmember Shockley.
Is the town council prepared for that meeting this soon? Have all investigations and anything that needed to be done within the 45-day term of the suspension been completed?
I'll defer to Mr. Angel, but I don't think it's a matter of if the council's ready. The term of the investigation's the term. So, Mr. Angel, if you want to answer that.
I'm not going to comment on the investigation status in public. That's an executive session item. But under charter, the council has 45 days from suspension to make a decision on whether to terminate or not. So it's terminate or reinstate. In the meantime, the charter does provide for the subject of the exercise to have the right to have a public hearing. He's exercised that right. So it's appropriate to do both at that time. We can talk about where the investigation stands in executive session.
I know that Mr. Marchant asked for the hearing, and if everyone is prepared as of the 7th, have we talked about the 17th being the date? Because if everyone's prepared, then that's fine with me.
Council Ludwig.
I mean, I just don't know if we decide on a date and then what happens if he can't make it or something. So is there what's the process in terms of we vote on a date now and then is he notified? Is that how it works?
So, after this, the council gives direction to the solicitor and the town manager to provide him notification within the next 24 hours and give him that notice. And it'll be to the last address we have known on file for him. And that's how he'll receive notice of this meeting.
Okay. I guess I would just want to be made aware if I don't want to show up on Tuesday knowing that he's not going to show up because he's got COVID or something like that. So I just ask for some sort of reasonable effort to be made to contact him.
My suggestion would be that we use the last known USPS mail address and the email address that we received, that the letter was transmitted over. Just to be clear, this council has an obligation to make a decision on the termination or to reinstate in the 45 days. This is only essentially to consider both to create some efficiency. Just to be clear on that, he could choose not to show up. That's his choice. But, the council is obviously scheduling this for action on the 17th. He also has the opportunity to participate by Zoom.
Do you mind just clarifying that a little more, Sister Angel? So, I'm sorry, this is a little bit of play off of what Councilor Shockley was asking. So the investigatory pieces, that will be, it may or may not be finished by the time we set this date. But the 17th, as it is right now, that's just the date that that he can speak at public hearing. Is that the only thing that happens at that next?
My recommendation would be that night that the council also take up the issue of whether to reinstate or terminate. That would be my recommendation. You have 45 days within which to make a decision. Again, I'm not prepared to comment on what's going on in the investigation in public. We'll talk about that in executive session, but I really can't go further than that about what I know.
Councilmember Shockley.
Can we move this vote to after executive session? So that we, as council members, maybe, I don't know yet necessarily whether I'm ready to vote on whether or not to terminate.
You could entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and put this item until after executive session, certainly.
So I would like to make a motion to.
But if I may, we're not voting to terminate him right now. We're voting to give him a public hearing.
But we're voting that on Tuesday, we would be voting to terminate him.
Yep.
Or
because we have to have a final resolution that goes forward, whether it passes or fails.
Yeah, but Tuesday isn't 45 days, is it?
No.
So that's why I'm asking, possibly what I learned in this executive session might let me know, yeah, Tuesday I'm ready to make my decision.
Sure.
But right now I'm not there.
Well, Councilmember Shockley did start a motion, so I'll let you finish.
I had it verbatim. I would like to make a motion to move
to take the agenda out of order and move this to the last item.
To take the agenda out of order and move 8A to the last item after executive session.
We have a motion from Councilor Shockley. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Councilor Ludwig. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc is absent. President Lima,
Yes.
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
We're now on to item 14, public comment for undocketed items. Do we have anyone present for public comment here in the council chambers? Anyone present on Zoom? Just wanted to let the Zoom world know we are aware that we lost the stream, we lost internet, and we had continued the meeting. We're not required by Rhode Island law to have the Zoom functionality as part of the meeting, so we decided to continue. Any member of Zoom like to make a public comment? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Public comment is now closed. Moving on to item 15, executive or closed session items. We will be taking a vote on each item. Item A, executive or closed session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law, Section 42-46-5A4, re-investigation involving the finances of the town, finance department, and town manager function. Vote. Do I have a motion to open executive session?
No.
I'm sorry.
You need to take a vote to go into executive session on 15A, B, and C.
Do I have a motion to go in? I got to read the others. Executive or closed session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law, Sections 42-46-5A2, re all pending litigation and arbitrations and collective bargaining with Council 94 and IBPO contracts involving the town of Coventry. Executive or closed session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law, Section 42-46-5A2, re status settlement of litigation involving Fiskville Realty Company 1 LLC and re CA number KC 2021-0261 involving the town of Coventry. Do I have a motion to go into executive session for these 3 items?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Councilmember Shockley,
Second.
second by Councilman Pasqua. Discussion? Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yep.
Councilmember Ludwig.
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley.
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc is absent. President Lima.
Yes,
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
we will now move into executive session. The council met in executive session for the following: closed pursuant to round general law, section 42-46-5A4, for investigation involving the finances of the town, finance department, and town manager function. Closed session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law, Section 42-46-5A2, read all pending litigation and arbitrations and collective bargaining with Council 94 and IBPO contracts involving the town of Coventry. And pursuant to Rhode Island General Law, Section 42-46-5A2, read status/settlement of litigation involving Fiskville Realty Co. 1 LLC, re CA number KC 2021-0261 involving the town of Coventry. The council voted 4-0 to approve the settlement of litigation involving Fiskville Realty Co. 1 LLC in Re CA number KC 2021-0261 involving the town of Coventry. Do I have a motion to adjourn from executive session?
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Pasqua.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Shockley. Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc is absent, President Lima,
Yes.
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
Do I have a vote? Do I have a motion to seal the minutes of executive session?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Councilmember Shockley.
Second.
Second by Councilman Pasqua. Any discussion? Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc is absent, President Lima,
Yes.
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
We'll now move back to item original 13A, December 28th, 2022, written request of Benjamin Marchant, town manager, suspended, to have a public hearing before the council concerning his suspension from the position of town manager and to set a hearing date. Do I hear a motion to schedule this matter for a public hearing on Tuesday, January 17th at 6:30 PM, at which time Mr. Marchant will have a hearing on his suspension and the town council will consider a final resolution concerning the town manager's removal?
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Pasqua, second by Councilmember Shockley. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Councilmember LeBlanc is absent, President Lima,
Yes.
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
At this point,
If I may. So if I recall the discussion before we went into executive session, is it the council's wish that myself and Mr. Wazika notify Mr. Marchant of the date for the hearing and the time? Is the time 6:30?
yes. So I'd like to direct the solicitor working with the interim town manager to send a communication on their letterhead to provide appropriate notice to Mr. Marchant at the last known address we have for him on file, as well as the address that was used to send the public hearing request, and do so in due time. Yes. That's all you need. With that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn at 10:59 PM.
Make a motion.
Motion by Councilmember Shockley, second by Councilman Pasqua. All those in favor? Aye. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.